I forgot my face. I got my face. There we go. Alright. I had to start late because I didn't remember. What? I know, you heard the phone go off. One of my cats always needs to be with me whenever I'm on the phone. But yeah, my nephew had a game. I just remembered that, so that's why we had to start late. And I'm really glad I went, because like right at the end, where I had to leave, because I had to leave the game a little bit early so that we could still do this at a reasonable time, but I could still see most of the game. He got a home run. Well, we're counting it as a home run. Technically, if his run would have counted, it didn't count because in Little League, in the age that he's in, once a team gets 4 innings, or 4 runs in an inning, then they switch to the other team, and so that's what happened. But he also would have gotten out at home, but we're still counting it as a home run because that's only the second time he's been able to actually hit the ball the entire season. He's been getting walked so many times, and he wanted to hit the ball so bad, and he's been practicing so hard this past week. So I am incredibly proud of him, especially because he has been sticking to the game, sticking to baseball, and didn't let his fear overcome him, and he's getting really good. So it was extremely exciting, and I almost had a heart attack basically from all the excitement. Like on my way home, I was like, I gotta calm down. Oh, oh, so, oh boy. So yeah, it was super exciting. So, what are we doing? I don't know. It is Inca Day of May 28, day 28. It's the 28th one. We're almost done. We're almost done. I'm just thinking about all the rest that I'm not gonna have next week. Because once I'm done with this, I have a bunch of crap I need to catch up on. So, well, yeah. I'm ADHD. I was trying to get to that, and then I got distracted with talking about my nephew. No, go back. There we go. Oh, where'd it go? Oh my God, it's taking up so much of the screen. Get down. There, sit. All right. Anyway, what is Inca Day of May? Inca Day of May is where I had 30 people submit characters and I draw them. That's pretty much it. This time around, I'm drawing them interacting with my character Major Phee. Not many people know this when they come to the stream, but I kind of like Phee a tiny bit. A sort of little tiny bit. So I wanted to be able to draw her and not miss out on a month of draws because I'm drawing other people. And yeah. So then we will also be doing this again in September, except it will just be called Inca Day. And we will be raising money for charity. So make sure that you are doing them follows and subbings and whatever they're called and on places. I'm I can't keep up with anything anymore. I'm too tired, and I'm too dumb. All I know is I show up, and allegedly, I know how to draw. That's pretty much how it works. So, anyway, today we are drawing. I think it's Spheal-Fan. I believe that's how it's pronounced. Character Alissa. I believe that's also how it's pronounced. The description. This entire novel of a description is: she was a toon handler before she turned twisted. Before she was turned twisted. Cool. So, yeah. It's been questioned if this is a spider creature. Not gonna be one in this drawing. No, we don't do that here. So it's gonna be a bug. It's gonna be a boog. We gotta draw a big old boog. So, hold up some references of some boogs and boog creatures. And we're gonna try to do a thing with that. It's a caterpillar. It's a caterpillar. It's called a cat tree. The only thing that is still I'm not too happy about is looking up references for like ideas for the design. I still run the risk of running into spider pictures, and I'm not too thrilled about that. So we're just gonna try to deal with that if it pops up. But this is one of those times when I wish I did a little bit of, I think it's called etymology, bugomology, the study of boogs. Because then I would just like, oh, I know what I want to do. This is definitely going to be going off of a rule of cool design, since I don't know boog. So yeah, I'm still trying to come down from that home run. You should search up clip art. That sounds like a good idea. Actually, I'm curious what will come up. What if I look up clip art in Pinterest? What will is that like dividing by 0? What do we got? Not, well, a couple things of clip art. Not much. That's cool. Again, I would show what I'm looking at when it comes to Pinterest, but I have run into lots of naughty pictures on there before, and we're not gonna play that game. So unfortunately, just got to look at the screen while I try to fill in the dead air. You should just make a thingy and add a bunch of tendrils. I mean, that's how I do the Eldritch stuff. It was like penis. Now there's lots of tendrils and tentacles. It's now a race. 'Cause that's how that works. I could work at Disney. Be the artist for those box covers, box arts. I'm trying to think. So, let me pull this picture up. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it is 8 legs. I thought it was a lot more. So I guess it is supposed to be some kind of spider thing. We're still not doing that! But I will still make the design close to the original. I'm just not looking up spiders. Yeah, it's a spider. Yeah, I'm still not doing that. I'm gonna make it look somewhat close to it. No, it's an ant with extra legs. It's an ant that's gone through some radiation. I actually did think at first that it was like an ant creature, because I can't count, apparently. And then I thought it had like 12 legs, because again, I can't count. Counting's hard. That's why I draw pictures. You don't have to count if you draw pictures. But yeah, so how's everybody doing? It's an axolotl. You ask a lot of questions, that's for sure. So, Kirby, I'm going to assume that you are Spheal-Fan? No? Okay. This is why you don't make assumptions. You're a friend. Okay. Well, I have made it clear that I'm not going to be making it look like a spider. To her, so. But it is going to look like some kind of monstrosity that is a boog. So it's going to be close enough. Sort of in the same vein as Doc's, where the only thing that I had as a reference was the face. So I just decided to just make a face and then everything else, because he said it was a Wendigo. So design-wise, I'm going to be doing the same vein, where I'm just going to be taking a few creative liberties. But I'm still going to try to make it look close to the character. Mostly in, like, the face, because I feel like that's important. Doing good now that I've finished modeling the waifu. Horrible, I am now out of school, and now I have to walk to talk to my very close friend that is not my boyfriend. Damn. Oh. Oh, I'm dying. Still homo, though. Good. At least that's intact. Okay. So. Let's just make some observations on this creature, character, person. So yeah, naturally we have the head here. It kind of looks like this. Is, I think it's called the thorax, that's the middle part. And this is the big old butt. So, what I could do is I could segment these parts. I can actually enlarge in this bit here. Head will still have some dominance, I think, because I'm going to be doing something with it. And then all the legs are definitely good. It's going to be like segmented, essentially. I don't know. Kirby, since you are a friend of Spheal, do you know lore on this character? Because one, we love lore here. So if anybody, so always talk about lore whenever able. I know I'll talk about the lore phee forever. But yeah, if I get to know a little bit more lore, I'll ask her or her notes page BRB. Okay. Yeah, because if I know a bit more lore, I can implement design choices into it to better depict some lore stuff. Well, because to me, having a story with your character is extremely important into the character's design, because your character looks a certain way because they've lived a certain life. Like, mostly. Like 99% of the time. So, having some story stuff with it. My brain just turned off. Having some story stuff with it really helps with the design. Excellent. I meant to, like, comment more on your response, but I have unmedicated ADHD. I don't know where I am half the time. If that. Oh, okay. Okay. She was a toon handler that was twisted. That turned twisted. She was Gordy's handler. She is a lethal twisted. She killed all the handlers. She wants the toons to be free. What does it mean to be twisted? And what's a toon handler? I said I wasn't gonna do it, but I'm looking at faces of spiders, and I'm not happy about it. Damn me and my desire to be accurate. Or you don't have nightmares tonight? Oh man. The kind of nightmares I have when it comes to that kind of crap. Like ruins my days. Like for days. And I'm pretty sure what actually made me arachnophobic was not an experience with spiders, but a dream I had as a kid. Pretty sure that's what did it. Also, living in the rainforest didn't help. But I can still remember this dream quite vividly. Because I was like, I think I was like 6. Inky, you're late. How could you be late? The whole stream is ruined because you're late. How could you? I trusted you. Ooh. You know what? We've already had a little trauma dump of mine in a stream. How about we don't do that again? Just know that I had a really bad dream with spiders once. I'm pretty sure that's what made me arachnophobic. Sorry, I took a nap and I accidentally stretched a muscle. Now my leg hurts. Well, why'd you do that? My leg hurts. I slept longer because of that. What? I just saw a sketch of something that looks like a spider bugbear. Spider bear? It was weird. I'm absolutely devastated right now. Well, you broke your leg, you're late to stream. You should be devastated. We're gonna do a split chin thing. I clearly remember trying to click your stream. Question mark. But I fell asleep.
I'll do that.
Okay. Hello, Stitches. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. I'm wanting to look up some mouth things. Boog mouths. Boog moods. I type in bug mouth and I get a lot of like licky looking things. Cool. Hmm. Trying really hard to not look up spider mouths because I will die. I just needed like a close approximation. Jesus Christ. Just saw has to be an augmented photo, up-close photo of a moth face with the most terrifying mouth I've ever seen. Holy crap. I'll find something if I look this through this. Sometimes you gotta click on something that's somewhat similar to what you're looking for. And then scroll through there to see if you can find anything. Ugh. Don't get it at all. How did I sleep? Why does my leg hurt? I don't know. I don't know what you do. Why does the creature look so warm? Because I've not drawn much of it. Okay, I'm tired of looking up references because I'm getting lots of jump scares. Have you seen Hollow Knight? I've seen some stuff from Hollow Knight, yeah. This kind of reminds me of it. I'm making a headcanon where Phee was there with Alissa to kill all the handlers because she would totally be down for that. And ride a giant spider creature thing. Actually, what I want to do here. No, stop it. Getting close to the weekend. Anybody got plans? Food. Good plan. Good plan. /? Legs unlocked. I'm drawing the Buckethead guy, but I haven't drawn muscle in a while, so this will be a trip. Arms might be a bit short. That's okay. I hope I was actually erasing. Sometimes it's fun to erase a design into the piece, like what I just did there. Because you gotta think about negatives of it, like I don't know, kind of like negative space. At least that's how my brain does it. Like you're carving the piece in. Yeah, something like that. When I was in college, I thought I was being so clever, and like I found a new way of drawing, which was make a black canvas and then erase to basically sketch in the drawing. Or you could do white. But I didn't think about that. But that's actually a thing. I just thought I was special because I never seen it before because I never looked up anything. Okay, I'm liking this a lot better than the previous thing. Well, you... I'm just putting these things in now, and then I'm gonna do the goopiness in a little bit. How are you with all the spider references? I'm done looking at references. I'm for now. I'm not having a good time because now I'm kind of freaking myself out with my drawing. I'm having a bad day. Whatever. I'll get over it. Gotta grow up. Self-made horrors, basically. That's my life. Both have a bad day. I had a bad day. Take it one down. Sing that song. Then you turn things around. And that's how you do the hokey pokey. My cat's looking at me like, what is wrong with you? I don't have time to list all this stuff. But please share the stream so that everyone knows about the bad time I'm having right now. And then everybody can point and laugh. Spheal just sent a comment saying, I'm sorry, I had no idea you were arachnophobe. It's fine. I'll deal with it. And the consequences. I'm just going to bitch a lot about it. One of the things, I mean, I on my commissions, I do list things that I don't draw, and the only thing I put was porn. So, I played myself. What's with the goopy? What's with the goopy goop? I need to understand the goopy goop. Also, I need my cat to not sleep on the keyboard. That's the thing, the keyboard's not warm. It's cold. There's no heat. There's nothing to heat it. It's not, I'm not on a laptop or anything. That cat is playing with you. She's evil, but she's adorable. That's why she's evil, because only evil cats are adorable. Especially if they know it. Both that they're evil and that they're adorable. Yeah. And she's just talking to me. What is it, baby? Get a separate keyboard. No, she probably would have no interest in that keyboard. I'm guessing that Spheal's not here, so I need to communicate to them on pixel art. Get off the keyboard! I swear to God! They're gonna give me an aneurysm! Do you ever go to a book and go, wow, that is absolutely bull, but my God, the writing was impeccable, and I can't hate it for that? For a second, I was a little confused why you were playing Halloween music. Because it's spoopy. Also, what am I calling bullshit on? Oh. Ow. I'm dying, Squirtle. Everything except the writing. So that would mean that I'm calling bullshit on the cover. Because there's pretty much nothing else except for like the boring fact stuff like published by, on this date, these things that are required with books. ISBN number. Bullshit! This isn't the ISBN number for this book! I can't find these numbers or anything! What weird... From following what I just said, that's just a funny question. What weird pet peeves do you have? I don't have weird pet peeves. I have legitimate ones. What are those? What are those? Let me think. I guess one pet peeve I developed was from my roommate. My old roommate. Because what he would do is, on purpose, move slowly. Not because of any kind of health thing or anything like that, because, I mean, he would say, like, I have bad legs. Like, yeah, but that doesn't mean yet your arms have to move slow. Like, he would move at the pace of a sloth if he had like an energy drink. He would move so freaking slow. And it just annoyed the shit out of me. I'm just sitting there like, dude, just hand me the remote. Stop taking 6 to 7 business days to do it. Okay, now I need to look up a Twisted from Dandy's World, because apparently that's what that's from. Or that's what some of this is from. Okay, what are we talking about? Thanks for not having pictures. Thanks, Wiki. Oh, there we go. I'm just gonna be real bad. Though I do wonder if, like, I was having legitimate pet peeves, or just, like, it got to that point to where, when I was living with him, that I was getting really sick and tired of his bullshit. And he screwed me over so bad. Like, I brought him into my house because I'd known him for like a decade up to that point. And he was getting kicked out of the previous house he was in. And so I took him in, and at the time I was making plenty of money, so I was like, don't worry about paying me rent or anything like that. Just kind of like get your life together, and we can worry about that later, because I make plenty of money. Well, what was it, like, about a year? Was it? Almost a year later? He'd literally done nothing to, like, he hadn't even tried to get a job. And, like, I was sending him, like, here's some things that you can, like, do from home that you can at least get some money. Or here's some things that can help you with your depression. Here's some things that help me get through my dark points. And stuff like that. Like, I did whatever I could to make sure that he was improving. And like all I asked of him is to just, like, you know, clean the house. Essentially. Because he would always brag about how he would always be the one cleaning the house everywhere he lived. He would always be the one cooking everywhere he lived. Come to find out, that was absolute bullshit. Come to find out, he was a pathological liar. I'm not gonna go down the rabbit hole of what I had to deal with him, but it was absolutely ridiculous, and it destroyed any good faith I had in him anymore. And made me understand why he was basically couch surfing for like 13, 14, maybe 15 years. Never having a job that entire time. If little bro could actually cooked and clean. If little bro actually cooked and cleaned, he could have spent 20 plus years with no job. Yeah, you would think. But, I'll just give a couple examples. One for the cleaning and one for the cooking, which explained that he never did that shit. One time this was like early on. He was living in my living room because my brother still had a room at the time. I go into the living room and I asked him if he could clean up the living room. You know, just like, because if you're doing stuff, it does help with like depression and all that. It can get you out of a rut pretty well. And if you are living in the living room, being in a clean living room is actually really good, makes you feel good. So I was like, hey, could you clean this place up? Which essentially would be pick up your stuff and vacuum. That was it. He picked up some of his stuff, and then he vacuumed around everything that was on the floor. And he only vacuumed half of it. Half of the living room. So then, like, 2 hours later, I go back in there, and I see... like, it's carpet, so I can tell if it's been vacuumed. And I see that he only vacuumed half of it. And he vacuumed around everything on the side that he did do. So he didn't even vacuum half of the living room. And I was like, dude, can you please vacuum? And, like, can you please sweep this area? The whole living room. It's not that big of a living room. It wasn't. It was like maybe 15 feet long and 6 feet, no, 8 feet deep or whatever. It was probably like 15 by 8, something like that. And it's like, it's not like it. When I vacuumed, it would take me about 20-30 minutes, but that's because I would do like a really slow vacuuming to get really deep into the carpet, because it was a really old carpet. I just wanted to sweep it like however. Yeah, I just wanted him to like get up and do something and make the place look a little bit better. So when I asked him to, like, if you could actually do the whole, like, do the job, he literally rolled his eyes and went, and I'm just like, motherfucker, I am not asking for much. Like, literally the only thing that he would do that I didn't have to, like, be on his ass about was doing the litter boxes and doing the dishes. But doing the dishes was easy because we barely used any dishes. But yeah, everything else I had to, like, harp on him about. And then when it came to the cooking, he would brag about, like, essentially how much of a master chef he is. When he lived with me, the most complex thing he made was baked chicken, unseasoned, no sides or anything, just baked chicken. That's it. It's the only thing he ever cooked. And I would have to tell him to cook. And because be like, hey, you wanna cook something? And he's like, well, what do you want me to cook? It's like, I don't know. We literally went to the grocery store. So I end up cooking most of the time. Which I didn't cook much more advanced stuff, but I at least would have, like, I would have seasoning, and sometimes I would have sides, or I would just, like, cook those things like those meal things that you throw in the oven. Like, not complicated. I'm not someone who asks for a whole lot. No seasoning is something straight out of hell. Yeah. Fortunately, we would have plenty of sauces, but still. But yeah, I would take him. We would go to the grocery store, and I'd be like, "Okay, get some stuff that you want to make," and he would never pick anything out. I'm like, "Bro, come on." But yeah, there was just... Probably one of the most egregious things he did was that he would pretend to be trans. I know he wasn't. Because he didn't take it seriously. But he wanted to have all the benefits from it. Well, actually, I don't know if that would be the worst thing. I feel like that'd be tied for the worst thing he would do, which was also have stolen valor. He would pretend that he was in the army when he didn't even get through boot camp. And probably the worst thing is that the last person he lived with was in the Navy. And... Sorry, stolen valor gets this man sent to Gulag. Yeah, if only. But he lived with someone who was in the Navy, and because of that, they set him up with a bank account through their bank, which was a veterans bank. So he would have a veteran labeled debit card. So yeah, that was... Yeah, that would probably be the worst thing he did, followed very closely by the fake trans thing. His lives are like an onion, they have layers. Yeah! Yeah, that's about as far as I'm gonna go into that. Except for, like, one more thing. And I swear, this will be the last thing. So, when he moved out... there was a bunch of bullshit when it came to him moving out. But... he got really close to one of my cats. Because he loves cats. He clearly loves cats. Which, why wouldn't you love cats? And, so at least he's got that going for him. But he got really close to this one cat of mine named Rowan. And then that winter, after he had moved out, Rowan passed away because Rowan had a plethora of health issues. No, he didn't try to steal the cat. He knew better than that. But, yeah, so Rowan passed away, which was rough. But everybody says that I gave him like an extra 4 to 5 years because nobody wanted to keep him, but I fell in love with him even though he was snotting all over the place. He was just such a sweetheart, and he was one of those he was a flame-tip Siamese, so he was gorgeous, and he was just such a sweetheart. But yeah, he got really close to Rowan, and so then when he moved out, it didn't really bother Rowan a whole lot because Rowan was just like, as long as he's around someone, he was happy. Well, then, nearly 2 years after he moved out, I was streaming and he comes into the stream and doesn't say, hey, how you doing? How are things? How are the cats? No. First thing he does, he comes in and he just complains about how his life is. And he never asked about Rowan. Or any of the cats. At all. That pissed me off so much. I tried to, like, keep some kind of door open for him. But that pissed me off so much that I blocked him on everything. I was like, you are a heartless monster. So yeah. That's why you shouldn't trust everybody that you get to know on the internet. Even if you've known them for many years. Many years. Time to make a real life phee. Oh, if only. I feel like making a real life phee would be a war crime in and of itself. Okay, but the mouth is actually scary. I know, right? I'm kind of feeling, which means it's doing its job. I'm not happy about it. I'm today years old when I realized the back of the XP pen stylus is an eraser. Yeah, it is. I never use it, though. I haven't used the back for an eraser in a long time. In a long time! Because I just used the shortcut. I have a feeling this is going to be another one of those kind of runs late into the night streams, because I tend to get really into designing when I'm making monsters, even if it makes me sad. Because I'm dedicated. I'm very serious about my art. Just look at yesterday's ink. I'm a very serious artist. Yeah, monster designs is like my favorite thing to do. Besides drawing feet, of course. Ads, no! Oh. Now they be over. Okay. Quick question. Would you be interested in working on the writers? Yeah, I can't. I have way too much I need to catch up on after this challenge. I would otherwise, because it sounds fun. But I just have way too much going on, unfortunately. Because it does sound fun. So I've never won a competition before, except for those art contests on pixel art that people have, but I feel like I'm kind of cheating when it comes to that, since I'm basically competing against children. And I only join those when it's like, draw my character, and I like the character. It's like, well, this gives me an excuse. I know the point is to have fun, but after you do enough art contests and never even getting in like the top 5 on any of them, you start to wonder. I'm not saying you are wrong. Everybody recover from the whiplash of the music? Now, Inky tends to disappear every now and then. Well, I'm pretty sure they are aware of the contest because they are in the Discord. But I think they're more of a writer than anything. This would probably just be a lot easier if I was working in black. Okay, we'll go with gray. I'm literally hydration. It's true. Possibly a writer. Not sure. Seems like. Just going off of context. I don't know, I just like words. I don't know. Sometimes I say weird shit. Every time I look at this stream, I get a jump scare. Well, that means I'm doing my job. I'm imagining that the Ecor, the oopy goopy stuff, is just like kind of just pouring out of the skin. Through just holes. I don't have a whole lot else to go off of, and I think that would look cool. Also, why am I coming out of it? Out of what? Oh. I had to say that in order to get what you meant. Because you are Ichor. That's your nickname. Didn't you know that? Everybody calls you that. Like, look at that can of Ichor. Or Icor, if you're weird. Hopefully this information like this is getting relayed to Spheal, so they can know what have an idea of what I'm doing, because they were super excited about the stream. So I thought it meant that they were going to be coming to the stream. Hello, Angela. How's your pretty girl? How's your pretty kitty? I need to look at legs. Kill me. I'm turning the lights on. This is making me not happy. Stitches, you better protect me. Oh, okay. Spheal is watching the stream. Cool. Okay. Oh my god, why do they have so many segments of their legs? And they all have their own names. I hate it here. You know, a centipede's legs looks more like somebody tried to draw a finger, but they didn't know how. There's a zone in the ocean literally called the Hades Zone. No, they have names for each of the segments of their legs. Like the part that's attached to the body is called the coxa, then it's the trochanter, femur, patella, tibia, metatarsus, tarsus. Well, I guess it did metatarsus. And tarsal claw. And their butts are called spinnerets. I wish that I could call my butt a spinneret, but no. It's called the gateway to hell. Well, if that's the case with... I'm just going to imagine that Alissa is, like, enormous. Because I kind of... just want to put Phee like that. Kind of. Maybe even on the head, but still. Like there's this little tiny thing. I think that'd be funny. Yes, Spheal, if you have any suggestions or if you have any objections of anything that I'm doing, please let me know. Because I am not above making changes, because it's... I mean, these are your characters. As in, yours as in, like, everybody that submitted characters. But this is your character. Oh, wait, we're going too high. We're looking at the wrong leg. You're in the wrong part too! Don't hug me, I'm scared. I'm gonna give him like a gazillion segments. You know, the only other piece that I've done where people actually said that it was unsettling to them, like legitimately, was when I was doing a series called Classic Nightmares, where I took famous classic paintings and I turned them into nightmarish versions. I only did 2 pieces, because then the next piece I was going to do was going to be The Last Supper, but then Phee showed up, and then that kind of went down the toilet. But this piece here is the only other piece that I've ever done where I've actually had people say they're a little unsettled by it. I don't know, I think they're pretty similar. How about we do this? Just to help set off the visuals, we'll have some fun listens. Ooh. Oh yeah, I have this random quote from my assignment a while back. Flew to the sun, fell down to the moon, now fallen from grace, do not be fooled by the false light. Yeah, that's an anglerfish. It'll get you. Nothing good? Thank you. I'm guessing since Pheel hasn't said otherwise that she's liking it too. I feel like that's a safe assumption with that. Damn, you figured out the second part of it so fast. Sometimes if you listen closely, you can hear my genius. Oh. There's a painting to accompany the quote. And it's basically an anglerfish, but the dangling light thing is the moon. Are you serious? Did I actually get that right? Oh my god! That's funny. I just thought you were going along with the bit, telling me that I got it. Also, like right here, this little area here, and there's also going to be in like behind these legs here, there's going to be cracked open spots where I was thinking like you can see more ichor being inside of. Because I just imagine that this creature is just held together on the inside with ichor. The painting of the majority. I'm a vampire now. The majority of the painting is the moon, but the more you stare, the more you see the anglerfish. You're the first person to figure it out, actually. That's kind of crazy, because, like, anytime that kind of description just would make me... a false light, basically, just makes me think of an anglerfish. I thought we were going down, like, a religious thing, and I was making a joke. So, it's always great when a joke is correct. What's happening? I was busy making late dinner. I am drawing a spider thing, and nobody's happy except 2 people. But we deal. We ballin'. It's impressive, even though I'm scared of spiders. Me too! That's one of the reasons why I'm not having such a great time! Just as long as I'm not looking at the mouth, and I'm not looking at any more references. We're fine. And it's not even done yet. This is just entertaining. Well, it better be entertaining. You fuckers better be having a good time. I swear to Blob. I just remembered a far-off idea that would be funny with our characters. Oh dear God. I just had another cursed idea. I'll let you guess what those dots are. Be patient, this is a lot of context for me to give. Oh dear God! I still have to outline the story, but canonically, in my Archangel Orvit's story, he turns into a monster and gets defeated. Oh. Part of that is him taking shrapnel to the orbital socket, ow, and into his brain, ow. It gives him a neurological twitching, but also kills his evil. Well, that takes the fun out of everything. So instead of a cult and religion, Orvitz becomes Don Orvitz, focusing on labor, politics, and respect mafia style. And respect mafia style. Did that get rid of his evil then? The idea is because he wanted he watched MJ's You Rock My World. It helped with his physical therapy to dance. Okay. I don't know if the context is helping. If you could make any word in the English lexicon to be a curse word, what would it be? Phooey. Now I had the funny idea of Orvitz and Phee meeting up again, not with corruption or power, but to talk about phenomenon. I was thinking of a fake album cover for them both and got the dumbest name title. Tee off 4 for Phee and Orvitz. And yes, the stupid goblin. All right, let's just go ahead and ink this, and then I'll add some more details as I go along with it. I want to do this one. I need to be on a layer. I need to be on the correct layer. But that would be smart, and that's not what we do here. I still cannot believe how fast I've gotten to making these inks. Like, this is not how it went with last year's. When I say avocado, do you imagine a sweet or savory food? I imagine something that's creamy and not a lot of flavor. That's called progression and getting better. I don't understand. What's this new age bullshit you're telling me? You said you did the inks faster, yeah? I don't get good. I just complain less. That's not true. That's not true at all. I think I actually complain more now. Don't feel bad. I'm fine. I'm having a good time laughing at myself being a little bitch about this. And also, apparently everyone else being like, ah! So, it's fine. It's part of my process. I complain when I work on stuff. Especially when there's, like, some kind of difficulty with it. So don't feel bad. It's meant to be a challenge. I'm meant to do stuff that I'm not used to. And this definitely counts. I'm glad I get to draw another monster. Like, I love drawing stuff like horrifying things. So I'm actually having a great time. I just happen to be drawing something I'm scared of too. So it's like, ah, yay! I hate myself. You know what? That's so real. As for the evil thing, Archangel Orvitz wanted control through paranoia and hypnotism. Don Orvitz just wants things organized and kept to labor disputes instead of bloodshed. He views his non-violent means as not evil. So it's not mafia style? Sophie would be like, what's the point?
with you.
I know she's supposed to be a spider, but I really like drawing fleshy things, so... This will be kind of a fleshy spider. Of sorts. Well, that's what his lawyer tells me. Alright, that makes sense. A friend of mine once told me that I'm very good at drawing wrinkly, fleshy stuff. And I was like, oh yeah.
We were together.
Have you heard of Tamagotchi Life? Yes. A friend of mine is a little obsessed with that game. Also, Spheal, I find it funny that you have a character named Hershey, because one of my cat's name is Hershey. Flesh is kind of weird because it's both soft and can be calloused and rough. Yeah. And I enjoy drawing it in very scary ways. I also enjoy drawing teeth, if you haven't noticed. Oh my god, that's adorable. This is apparently what she looked like before she played Twister. Her with Gordy. That's adorable. I love it. Oh, it's so cute. I love cute things. Now let's go back to this other cute thing. What Hershey? Or she's sitting on my lap looking up at me like, Daddy, attention. Ow. Or lay back so we can lay down. So one of the things I got a few ideas in my head for September's Ink-A-Day. One is a massive mural thing where I put all the characters that are submitted into a thing that's gonna be kind of like a gift of sorts to the charity. Along with the money, of course. The other idea I had was another phee one. Then there's the one I did last year where I just draw the OCs in essentially my style. And the other idea was something I used to do a long time ago, which is draw monstrosity versions or nightmare versions of people's characters. I was actually kind of known for doing stuff like that. The most amount of popularity I ever had was when I did that for some big name people. Well, that and when I was just doing stuff for like the creepypasta community. And they would all be inks, naturally. The last one I did was almost 2 years ago now. I did this piece for another streamer, a VTube streamer named, I think it's Manic Pixel Bean Mac. I haven't been to her streams for a little while. I'm still following her. I think it's Manic Pixel Bean. Yeah, Manic Pixel Bean. That's what it is. I would recommend going to her Twitch streams. She's very fun, and everybody just has a good time. I haven't been there for a while because schedules basically don't line up anymore, really. This. There we go. Ah! There we go. One thing on that little line there to better separate the two overlapping dealies. Oh yeah, it's coming together. Whoop, 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 whoop. Are you kidding me? I'm working on the wrong layer. There we go. What drawing software do I use? I use Clip Studio Paint. I like the way that the brushes and everything feel. Of course, I always recommend people to use ones like Krita. Krita's always a good one, because it's free. I just like the way the brushes feel compared to Krita. Because otherwise I'd be using Krita right now. I'm back. It's so beautiful. Right. Sure. Oh. That's so sad. Just saw a thing that Spheal shared. It's a sad moment. Makes me wanna cry. There's a moment in book 2 with Phee that I'm not very much looking forward to because it's going to be very sad. And Fee's going to be very sad, and I don't like seeing my baby sad. But I have to do it for the plot, for the character development, for the lore. There's actually going to need to be another moment that I'm going to have to write where she becomes sad. When she finds out that one of her mentors passes away. Because, even though it's, like they worship death and stuff like that, they still feel the pain of loss and everything. So, when they lose someone that they're very close to, they will feel sad, but it'd be like that. It's like the Christian thing where, like, well, they're in a better place now. It's like, yeah, but they're not here. And that's the part that sucks. It's basically the same thing. What is this? Well, I like making them suffer. Yeah. Gotta love these Twitch ads. When you have cancer, what targeting data are they using for this? I think they think that you are a Cancer. Frick, all because I'm a furry. Oh no, they found out! But yeah, so, Spheal. I have one character that her entire life has been a horror show, basically. But she becomes a badass. But she also has a terrible life. I mean, she's a child of a not so friendly altercation, and her dad is a mass murderer, so the sins of the father went on to the daughter. This is her, Claire Karuva. She got horribly abused by her community and her family her entire childhood. Until she snapped and killed like 12 people. And then she was sent to an insane asylum. Essentially, that's what it was. Where she ended up killing a guard. Severely injured 2 other guards. Maimed a nurse and disfigured a doctor. So then she was placed into a special form of, an experimental form of, isolation. Where, she was placed in a room, and she was like, locked into a device that basically put her body in such horrible position that she was in pain 24/7. And she was then found by this guy who basically runs one of the most powerful criminal organizations, and she is quote-unquote rescued from that. Really, the entire time he's manipulating her, because she ends up falling in love with him, and so he uses that on her. She ends up actually meeting someone on her first big mission, because she ends up being a special agent of the organization, and she's put on a mission to infiltrate this underground fighting ring thing. During that, she finds someone that she falls in genuine love with, and who loves her. But then she leaves that person to go back to her boss that she is absolutely infatuated with. And then he finds out about their relationship, so he works to separate them even more. Then kills that one person. And then she then later on, she actually meets her dad. Her dad wants nothing to do with her because he's an absolute sociopath. And so she works really hard to try to get his approval and love, and that doesn't go anywhere. And then she dies at the ripe old age of 38. I have two ways that she dies. I haven't decided which one. One of them is that she falls out of a skyscraper onto a flagpole. And the other one is she falls down an elevator shaft onto an elevator that's coming up. So, yeah. I basically put all the terrible things that could have a character go through into one character, and then all the other characters, they go through terrible stuff, but I'm not too happy about it. But she is an ultra badass, so. Do you have any characters that's basically sunshines and rainbows and their whole life is too? Everything but that last part. I have a character. Let me see if I can find a good picture of her. I haven't drawn her in so long. Her name is Vicky. Lil Vicky. She's a cat girl. Here's a cover page of the comic that she was in. So yeah, Vicky's in the middle. And she's like complete pure sweetness. The guy on the left, his name's Ned, and the guy on the right, his name's Guy. They are her roommates. Because Ned and Guy were living together, and their rent went up, and instead of like trying to find another place to live or something, Guy just put out a roommate wanted posters all over the place for their 2-bedroom apartment. And Vicky was the first one to answer that. And Guy is like a frat boy, basically. Kind of a ladies' man. Ned is like a super shy, nerdy artist. And yeah, Vicky is someone who just wants to be best friends with everyone she meets. Though her life has not been sunshine and rainbow, she doesn't let that get her down. In fact, like, some would even wonder if she actually registers the fact that she's had shitty things happen in her life. Like one time, she was left alone in her previous living situation. Her roommates moved out on her because of some bullshit reasons. So like when Vicky got home, like all their stuff was gone, and she only had her few things, which she's not someone who wants things, so she doesn't have a whole lot. But when she runs into Ned and Guy, that's when she has like a lot of things starting to go her way with her lot in life. I did like 3 seasons. I was like partially through the 3rd season of the comic. But like Ned and Vicky become best friends. I mean, all 3 of them become best friends, but like Ned and Vicky get like really close as good friends. They never hook up, ever. Because Vicky's not interested in stuff like that. But she does get Ned to kind of come out of his shell a fair bit. I don't have the comic hosted anywhere anymore because the site that it was on went, shut down. Unfortunately. But yeah, it's like the 3 of them came from like pretty vastly different kind of homes. Guy came from a very, very poor family. Lived in a trailer park with his 5 younger siblings and single mom who was abusive, mostly to Guy, and she was an alcoholic. His dad died shortly after his youngest sibling was born. And yeah, eventually Guy ran away from home. Well, he ran away several times, but he finally ran away from home like permanently. Though he was at the age to where he was going to be getting kicked out. He was going to be 18 soon anyway. Managed to get himself through high school, and he even managed to get I don't know what sport, but he got a sports scholarship to some community college, which was the same community college that Ned went to. Ned came from a more middle-class family. Had both his parents, but his mom was extremely demanding and almost bipolar and things that she wanted from him. and his dad was more focused on work stuff and pleasing his wife. So yeah, that kind of developed a few psychological things with Ned. And then Vicky came from an ultra rich family. Like billionaires. The thing is, though, is that she had no relationship with her parents. She was raised by nannies and maids and butlers. I never drew this comic, but I had it written where it was going to be called Picture Day, and once a year, they would get together to have their picture made. And Vicky was always like, that was better than Christmas for Vicky, because that meant that she got to spend the entire day with her parents. And she was always so excited about it. And yeah, that was... I did a little bit of hinting for Vicky's home life in the comic. I never got to the other two. But like for Vicky, like I was planning on doing like these coming to terms with your past life type of issues. So like with Vicky, I made a comic. So I started this, The Perfect Roommate, back in 2012. And so during that time, there was the whole Mayan calendar thing. So I made a comic where Vicky heard about this Mayan calendar thing, and she didn't understand what it was about. All she understood was that something bad was going to happen. You better prepare. So she bought like thousands of cans of tuna because Catgirl. And the actual punchline was going to be that Ned was kind of nervous about this because he's like, how are we gonna afford rent if she spent all of her money on tuna? And Guy is just standing there staring at it, and the only thing he says is, she didn't even get me a candy bar or anything. And Ned's like, I'm so glad you're taking this seriously. But yeah, so when I redid the comic, I did that one again. I did that issue again. But then I decided to incorporate it into the overall story. So Guy wakes up one morning, like really early, and he walks into the living room and sees Vicky crying on the couch, which she slept on the couch because she was happy with that. She was crying, and guy was like, "What's wrong?" And she said that I just got a letter from my parents. And he's like, "Okay." And she hands him the letter, and he's looking at it, and while she's saying that she's gonna have to move out, and like they're really upset with her, he's looking at it, and he's like, "This looks more like a memo I would get at work. What the hell?" And but yeah, basically it says that the letter said that because of her irresponsible spending, this is the only time that she's ever done any kind of irresponsible spending, by the way. Yeah. But yeah, this is the only time that she's ever like been irresponsible with her finances. They're like, "We're no longer going to be sending you any money, and we're no longer going to be sending you your allowance. Learn to be responsible." Like, that's essentially what it said. And so guys like, "What the hell?" And yeah, since like Ned and Guy never asked where she got her money for her part of the rent and everything, she never disclosed that to them. And so so Vicky's like, "Well, I'm not gonna have any money anymore, so I'm gonna have to move out because I don't want to be a burden on you guys." And Guy's like, "No, we're gonna figure this out, okay?" And he thinks for a second, and he's like, "Look, I know that Frank at the bar down the street could always use a hand. Frank is a woman who owns a bar called The Blur, and she hates it when people call her Frankie. It's like, no, my name's Frank. Get it right." And like, she is the kind of woman who can literally she's the bouncer of her own bar. And so Guy's is like, "Yeah, Frank could always use some help, and she already adores you. So I'm pretty sure it'd be easy for me to convince her to give you a job." And so like Vicky's super excited about that. And then later on, they go to this comic shop that her and Ned go to all the time, called Comiker Comics, which Comiker is just German for comics, because it's owned by a German immigrant. And the reason why he's German is because I wanted to have a character who had a really thick accent that I could actually write the accent. And you could hear the accent when you read it. And German's pretty easy to do that with. Comics in a comic, yes. So, but I wanted to give him like this weird quirk that was something that was kind of related to being German. And I didn't want to do the cheap thing of like 1930s and 40s. So what I did is that because German can sound really aggressive, Armin is his name. Armin, his volume was always at 11, and it never came down. Except for when I was planning on doing some, like, emotional scenes with him. No, not like a different font. More like... When he would talk, the spelling would be in like the way I am saying. So that you could hear the accent when you read it. Guten Tag, Oktoberfest. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, so Vicky goes there one time, and Armin, who's like in his 50s, is trying to pick up this big box of comics. And Vicky comes up and he's like, oh, let me help you with that. And Armin's just like, oh no, it's too heavy. I don't want you to hurt yourself. And like, she's already got it picked up. And he's like, oh. And then like literally the next panel, you see Vicky in a uniform, which basically is just what Armin wears every day. And she goes, welcome to Comics! Because she got trained by Armin, and Armin only yells. So yeah, Vicky ended up getting 2 part-time jobs. So she was able to pay her part of rent and have money to do stuff. And then like I never actually had anything written for Ned, but I did have a thing written for Guy where he leaves the apartment. He leaves the apartment saying he's got to go do something important. Ned and Vicky are like, okay. Kind of unusual for Guy, but whatever. They don't want to intrude. So he leaves, ends up going to a hospital. At the hospital, he's there to visit someone. It's his mom. Lo and behold, he got back in contact with her a while ago, and they've been chatting on the selfie book. Facebook. For a while. And so then he goes to visit her in the hospital. because she is dying. And he's the only one of his siblings that actually goes and visits her. And while he's there, she kind of just breaks down crying and just says that she was a terrible mother and that she did horrible things to him and that she's so sorry for what she did and that she wished that she could go back and change all that. And Guy just basically reassures her and it's like, it's okay, Mom. I've come to terms with that a long time ago. Essentially, Vicky helped him come to terms with that. And so they have a nice moment with that. I was actually working on a book years ago, nearly a decade ago now, using the characters from that webcomic. I was writing it in a way to where you didn't have to read the webcomic to actually understand anything about the characters. Because that would take all the fun away from writing the characters. And I actually got really far in writing that book. Like, I was about halfway through it, or maybe a little bit over halfway through writing the book. I was like 16 chapters in. And then I realized I completely screwed up the world. And it's so bad that I would have to completely rewrite the whole thing. Because the world that they were supposed to be in, because it was supposed to be like a D&D game. And so basically the characters are playing D&D, like actually playing D&D. Every now and then it would come out of the fantasy world to them playing at the table. And in the fantasy world, they were playing in a kingdom that, just say it's an artistic choice. No. They were playing in a kingdom. They were adventuring in a kingdom that was completely isolated from the world around it. Because of their king that they've had for 200 years. And it's entirely human kingdom. And they've had 200 years of propaganda that anybody that's not human is a threat to their society, to their way of life, all that stuff. And they've had this kind of teaching for 200 years. When I was writing it, no one was acting that like they had been told that if you see an elf, that's danger. You are at risk. Your entire livelihood's at risk. Your children are at risk. And it's all like you're only safe because of your king. But nobody was acting that way. They were just acting more like, oh, it's an outsider. Weirdo. So I was like, shit. That's not a, just a throwaway line type of explanation thing. That is I screwed up. Now I have to rewrite everything. Because there are huge segments of the book where they were amongst the peoples. So and then like I got busy with stuff with life, and then it was like 3 years later I could finally get back to it, and I just couldn't. Maybe one day, but it is not this day. Which was really upsetting, because I had some like really cool stuff going on in it, but like my brain is stupid and it's just like, but I don't want to do it anymore. It's like, but it's cool. We have cool things going on. I don't care. No motivation, never again. Which is very sad to kind of deal with. And then I didn't do any kind of writing stuff for years after that. Yeah, it was really unfortunate, especially because the main villain I really liked because he's absolutely insane. He's a cult leader, and he's actually based off of one of my friends. If you, I think when he pops in on YouTube, he's a Trash Boy TB or something like that. Because I've known him for a long time. And when I was making this character, I was like, wow, like at first I was like, I want to make a character that acts like Jeff Goldblum, but like on meth. And so then I was like, as I was developing this character, I was like, wow, this character's just like, it's just like Robust Enigma. I'm gonna message him. So I messaged him, was like, hey, do you want to be in my book? He's like, fuck yeah! I was like, okay, you're gonna be a cult leader. And he's like, oh my god, yes! And then he was sending me ideas of what the characters should be like, and I already had that stuff for the character. I was like, dude, you don't need to send me anything. I already have all this stuff for the character. And probably the biggest challenge I was going to have with writing that character was how he talked. Because he spoke in a certain kind of rhythm that was the number of words he would say in a sentence would be up to the number 13 in the Fibonacci sequence. And then it would reset. And I did manage to write a monologue of him talking like that. So the Fibonacci sequence is a mathematical sequence of numbers where it's you take the first number and the second number, add them together, and then you take that number. So basically it's 1 plus 1 equals 2. And then it'll be 1 plus... What is it? Then 2 plus 3 equals 5. 5 plus 3 equals 8. No. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 2 plus 3 equals 5. 5 plus 3 equals 8. 8 plus 5 equals 13. There we go. That's how it goes. So yeah, so the number of words he would say would be a one-word sentence, a 2-word sentence, a 3-word sentence, a 5-word sentence, an 8-word sentence, and then a 13-word sentence, and then it would reset to 1. And I managed to write a monologue in that sequence. I don't know what happened to it, which I'm very upset about. But I felt like he was also going to be the kind of villain that was different than most villains, especially like a cult leader. Because, you know, cult leaders, or villains in general, they tend to be doing stuff for, like, selfish reasons, selfish gains. Not him. Everything he was doing, he did it because he wanted to change the world. He didn't care how the world changed. He didn't care if he was literally changing it. He just wanted to change the world. And it didn't matter if he died in the process. So what he was doing is that he was building a connection between his world and another dimension by opening up a portal that would give access to the gods of this other dimension, who are so powerful that their mere presence alters reality. That the mere presence of anything that has a infinitesimal fraction of their influence changes reality around it. So like there was this little gem that was the key, that was the McMuffin for everything. It's the key to the portal and on all that. That gem was locked away in a temple deep in the earth. This is like such an infinitesimal, like small thing, but its influence of the gods from this other dimension made it to where the trees around it were growing in twisted fashion that trees don't grow in. It made the animals look like they were splitting apart from themselves, but not at the same time. It completely changed the way everything looked around them. And it was all because of this gem buried deep in the earth. And it affected like a 100-mile radius. This gem was also something that was an important piece to the ruler of the kingdom. Because the ruler of the kingdom was an immortal. I guess you can say that I have a thing for immortals. But he had like the worst kind of immortality, where he just doesn't die, but when things happen to him, they kind of stay that way. So like if he's blind in one eye because he was first, like, when the way his immortality got triggered was he came into contact with this gem, and then he was killed. And he came back to life, and then he never died again. But he was killed by taking an axe to the face, which completely destroyed his eye. He does not regenerate like a vampire or something like that. He only heals like how normal people heal. So if, say, he was set on fire and turned to ash, he would become conscious ash. Now imagine how terrifying that would be for someone who knows that if something really bad happened to them, they could be that way forever. So he was kind of a sad character. He's a antagonist in the whole thing, but he's more of an antagonist because he's in a bad spot, and he lets his paranoia and need for control to get the better of him. Hey, this is my friend. That's a vase. Yeah, I know. They communicate through moving their ash body to form words. Oh, if only he could have that ability, but no. That would be funny. But for him, he would just be a pile of ash that no one would know is actually alive, in a sense. Who's fully aware of what's going on around him, and he literally can't do anything for the rest of eternity. Or until they figure out a way to turn ash into something. I'm in your walls. Literally, because Ash can move around so much. But yeah, so yeah, the main villain is trying to change the world for better or for worse, which would be very much worse because then everything would just be under the influence of these beings. Essentially, no one would survive. And the villain doesn't care, because even if he dies, he's just like, hey, I die knowing I changed the world, and that's all that matters. I don't have to live to see it. I just have to die knowing I did it. I even had his death scene written. It takes place on a mountaintop where the final ritual is happening. The visual is always really funny because the Mr. E is his name in it, because he's based off my friend whose name is Robust Enigma. And he's doing the ritual, and basically what he needs to do is he needs to break this gem in order to release the power within to have the portal work. And so then, like, he's standing there doing all the dramatic posing and stuff. He's doing his speech and everything in his weird pattern. And then it's like, then he gets to the end of it where he says, like, and now, like, the moment we've all been waiting for, basically. And then suddenly he just gets real close with it and has his knife, and he just goes tink 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 tink, trying to break it with the knife, and it's not working. And he's just tink 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 tink. And so then, and the king is there because he's also trying to get the gem back. And so what ends up happening is that the king, who uses one of those, like, a great sword, because I think they're badass, and he can hold it with one hand because he's massive. I was basing the king off of what's his first name? Oh crap, I can't remember his first name. Michael Clark Duncan. You know, that massive black guy in, like, Green Mile, or he was Kingpin in the first Daredevil movie. Like, huge guy. Absolute teddy bear, but huge guy. And I'm just like, that guy's very intimidating looking. I'm gonna make him this character because I want him to be intimidating looking. And so he takes his sword and throws it as Mystery like has his hand way up, and he has been cracking the gem, and like he's gonna do like one power stab and break it. And right before he does that, he just gets impaled with that sword. And he just looks down at it, and he just like he drops the gem and the knife, and he's like, oh. And then he falls backward into, there's this like huge pillar of light where like all this magic and stuff's going into the sky, and it's starting to open the portal and stuff, but it just needs this last bit to actually open it. And so he falls into this magical light of energy, which actually makes him levitate slowly up, and he just starts cracking up maniacally as he's slowly being pulled apart, like as if he's made of pixels, and basically dissolves in the air while laughing. Because through all that magic and stuff, and having that kind of connection, that most direct connection to the gods that he's ever had, he realizes that he was making a mistake, but that mistake will not prevent what he wants to have happen. And so, yeah, he dies by basically being dissolved in the air while laughing. And then the like actual like final boss fight was actually with the king. Because he actually ends up turning into a horrible eldritch beast. And with his death actually closes the portal and everything. Yeah, I'd really like to get back to it, but I can't with all this phee stuff. Because I have just as epic stuff going on with phee as I do with that. If not more epic. Like, I'm super excited for the Civil War arc. Or saga, rather. Be his top priority. Yep. I don't have to completely rewrite a massive amount of story with phee, so... But yeah, the game that they were playing, since it's D&D, but I don't want to call it D&D, I called it Cellar and Critters. I knew this was gonna happen. I would get to yapping about something. And end up making this a late running stream. Happened last time with the last spooky creature feature thing. Yeah, I'm trying to not get too lost in the weeds with trying to make everything look perfect, because they don't need to be that way. Yeah, for you younger artists who are always struggling with trying to be perfect, don't. Just don't. This is one thing I used to tell my students. Don't try to get it perfect. Get it good enough. Does it do the job? Yes? All right, move on. No? All right, let's tweak it. It needs to do the job, and that's it. It doesn't need to be 100% realistic, perfect, or anything like that. You're just going to drive yourself crazy. Ooh. Keep it simple, stupid. Yep. That was one thing that I learned in college that I have stuck to. And sometimes you don't even need to keep it simple. I mean, if you're experimenting, yeah, do the hard stuff. Figure out why people don't do that. Or, if you like doing it the hard way, do that. You're not going to be efficient. But if you're not trying to make a career in the industry where you have to be as efficient as possible with everything, who cares? Damn, I forgot I had the heater on and was confused. It was so warm. Yep, that'll get you. Actually, wait. I wanna do this. A separate layer. Should have done that with some other stuff, but oh well. Woo. I'm gonna have phee be on the head. Just adding a little bit of texture. Okay. Just a tiny bit of texture. There we go. Past 20 minutes I have been staring at my screen thinking what to read like a guy staring at the menu at McDonald's. I don't know. Maybe on, I don't know, Loss of Death or Meaning of Death. You could read those things. What are those? That's the short story and novella I wrote about Phee. Itches. I need to put like some kind of platform thing for Yuga to lay in. Stitches keeps laying at my feet and I keep kicking her on accident. Why is there a tag of salted fish on Wattpad? I don't know. I have a friend who goes by Salty Fish Boy. That's probably not it. Damn, wait, am I a salted fish? If you're in salt, yeah. Are you insulted? I like to wonder what this thing's boss theme would be. There, we got phee. Definition: salted fish, lazy, laid back, and just wants to live a peaceful life without any trouble. Phee is so tiny. Where is she? Just look for the sound of gunshots. It's usually a good way to find her. There we go. I got one of the joints. I'll have to get that later. There's a whole ass dictionary in one of the stories. Oh, hello! How is you? I'm kind of in focus mode right now because we've been going for 5+ hours. I really want to get this done. That's not what I want. There we go. 4.5. Has it been 4.5? It has been 4.5. Feels like a lot longer. Because I have been yapping a lot. Yippity yap 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 yap. Oh, there's another drone I forgot. It's been 2 eternities. It's been 84 years. Hello, Stitches. How's Stitches? So what do you think we should do on Sunday? My 1 day off from this challenge to celebrate being done with this challenge. Since Sunday is a day that I tend to stream normally. Celebrate with a feast. You sleep. I don't know what sleep is. Oh, have row. You missed 4 hours of yapping. Mostly of me talking about lore. About stuff that has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. As I'm trying to finish this drawing for my Ink a Day of May challenge. That I started last year. Not the drawing. I did the challenge last year, and now I'm doing it again this year. You know what I mean. To be fair, I was the one asking the questions. Yeah. It's all your fault. How dare you be curious about things? Disgusting. Mods, shiver their timbers. Oh yeah, I don't have mods. Yeah. Streamer, shiver his timbers. Ah, but I'm busy. I don't wanna. Bye. The legendary drawing. Thank you. The fun part has been about the fact that I'm arachnophobic and I had to look up references, and that was a joy. And I did it to myself. But yeah, you can see all the other inks that I've done this month. Scroll by on in the upper right corner. Stuff I've done a stream and drawn every single one of those. The streaming part's actually the real challenge. But yeah, so Ink a Day of May is where I have 30 people submit their characters and I draw them. And that's pretty much it. This time around, I'm drawing them with my OC Phee, Major Phee. You might see some hints of her in the stream. And yeah, we're going to be doing this challenge again in September. It's just going to be called Ink a Day then. And we're going to be raising money for charity. So that's going to be fun when we get around to that. But yeah, welcome. My normal streaming times are Friday through Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard. And I'm thinking of doing some streaming stuff on the Discord server just to have some funs. Fun stuff. Funs. It's just a Lovecraftian horror, and then there's a tiny phee. No, there's a Lovecraftian horror, and then there's a spider creature. Phee is right here. Not gonna lie, that drawing of yours kind of reminds me of a spider, which reminds me of a Greek myth, not gonna lie. Well, it's supposed to be a spider creature thing, which has been the funny part of this stream, because, as I said, I'm arachnophobic. So, looking up references was not fun, but we had to do it, because we're professionals, allegedly. Will I be seeing you around here? Who knows? It would be cool if we saw you show up more to the streams. We love people. They're delicious. I mean, they're fun to have around. They're the sweetest, definitely not talking about taste. Totally not.
That would be weird. And we don't do weird here. What kind of stream do you think this is? A weird stream? Preposterous. Ooh.
It looks sick with the random lines. Yeah, that was and you get some nice little texture going on, especially when you zoom out a little bit.
Charged up and I'm ready to go.
Oh. Oh. Close enough.
I hope it was on the right spot.
I know what I'm doing. Shut up! Boom! Shadows. Can you see? Oh my god, cat. It's like she's... My cat is laying on her back, staring at me like, I'm so adorable, Daddy. I'm so precious, Daddy. Yes, I am. Oh, I'm so cute. Yes, I am. I'm such a little shit, but I'm so cute. See, I'll lick your hand because I'm such a sweet girl. I'm such a real baby. All right, let's get some text in this. And then we'll only have two left. Ah. Okay. Ooh. Oh, hold on. There we go. All right, what would Phee be saying in this situation? Barbie just wants to have her say, "How do I get down from here?" Of course, she needs the geese again. Her super platypus. If I had any hint of something like that going on in here, I would definitely put that. Yeah, so apparently, this character killed a bunch of people called handlers. And so I'm thinking of like this being the moment when she does that, and Fee's with her. That's why she's saying that. Okay. All right. That was the longest one in a while. Most of these have been taking about 2 to 3 hours. Even with, well, I'm not usually yapping so much because not much to yap about during those other times. But all right, tomorrow we have a character who literally has a book is their description. But the owner is named Sega Sonic. The character's name is Zensuke, Scatterin Hedge the 6th. And they have a very long description. I'm just gonna show the character. Okay. And yeah. So this is going to be tomorrow's character. Are you having trouble, Stitches? Yeah, I mean, it's AI generated, but I'll make it an actual drawing. Okay. So yeah, we got that to look forward to tomorrow. I need to update this. Yeah, because we're a little behind on that. What was the last one? Come on, I just want to see. 25. Okay. So then we need the last 2. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, they gave a description that's really long because they knew that it was an AI image. Because they didn't... I guess they didn't like how it turned the oh. Because it's a... It's a pixel art piece, which is fine. I mean, yeah. I love how people, like, I'm pretty sure that person didn't go with the pixel art because they were like, they probably were a little self-conscious of it. Maybe thinking that I wouldn't accept it or something. Because there's not enough detail or something. I don't know. But then I did this drawing, which it's in the corner is the only reference I had for this character, and so I did this drawing. So I can make anything. Don't feel bad if you have a drawing of a character that you think is like it looks bad, or if it doesn't have that much detail, and it's something I'm supposed to figure out how to draw. I will be more than happy to put details in there. That is not a problem. Yeah, I think I'm going to, I want to take a look at this one. Because I gave a few links. Yeah, it's a little cute pixel animation. And then this one is, let's see. Oh yeah, side punch. This is the actual art of the character, which I think is fine. I feel like it's more true to the character. And it doesn't really look much like that other piece. So, I'm gonna use this as the reference. I mean, they did submit this, but not with the image. They put links to this image, which I don't know why, but it's fine. Yeah, they make a whole bunch of pixel art. Yeah, I'm going with the pixel art piece for the reference. Reminds you of blue cotton candy. Okay. But yeah, they also gave like a really long description, so with this image and the description, it'll be fine. Be totally fine. And then the last image is also an AI generation. So that's a little unfortunate, but whatever. I don't know if this person has anything, like any drawings of the character, so that's why they probably did that. Though I did have the fourth Inca Day I did had no like character concepts or anything because the character had never actually been visualized yet. So, but the person sent me things that are related to the character. So then I made this. Which I just love how Phee turned out in this one. It's so funny. But yeah, so that's what we have to look forward to. Two more and then we're done. This one definitely felt a lot harder than last year. Of course, I'm drawing 2 characters each time. And my health is complete crap. Shut up. Ah. Yeah. My brain just shut off. Yeah. So make sure you're doing them follows, them subs, them likes, them all them things. Make sure you check out the time lapses and videos and watch the VODs and stuff. And all that, because YouTube is being stupid and is literally taking away my view count. And also hitting my account with community guideline violations, even though literally not happening. But whatever. And also follow me on my socials. I'm going to try to be more active on them. But if you really want to catch me being active, check out the Discord. That's where you'll get all your Phee needs. All in one place. So yeah. With all that being said, I will see you guys tomorrow.